Bahani.
Are you hearing?
Yeah.
Who's the mic?
So my name is Sheikh Hamzah Muhammad Lawal. I'm the Secretary General of Al-Thaqalain Cultural Foundation, a registered foundation with number 23222.
Where do you live?
I live in Ongosarki, number 1, Gamagira Road, Ongosarki, Kaduna.
Raise of your right hand. So you have an option to swear under the Holy Quran to take an affirmation.
I'll take an affirmation.
Then raise of your right hand and self-tell me. I solemnly affirm.
I solemnly affirm
And declare.
and declare
Sorry. That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give
before this commission.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Witness affirm. My Lord.
Yes, Sheikh Tassom. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sheikh Hamzah, can you tell us your opinion, this commission, your opinion on the military clash involving the Islamic movement of Kaduna?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين وأصحابه المنتجبين. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the damned. May Allah shower His peace and endless blessings upon His noblest and most beloved Prophet Muhammad, his progeny, his kind-hearted and pure progeny, and his outstanding companions. Mr. Chairman, sir, I appear before this commission as a Shia. I am a product of the famous Husseiniya Theological Center from the holy city of Qom in the Islamic Republic of Iran. I studied theology there.
Sheikh Lawal.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
You had written a letter
For oral presentation.
to the chairman of this commission
Yeah.
seeking the permission of the commission to make oral presentation.
Yes, sir.
Present an oral memo, you said.
Yes, sir.
And it was as a result of that you were invited to now make an oral presentation
Yes, sir.
of the memo which you want to present before this commission.
Yes.
Your letter was dated 16th February 2016.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sheikh, you said you are a Shi'as.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I said I'm a product of,
Product of the Senior Center.
no, sir, a product of the famous Hujjatiyya Theological Center, Qom, Islamic Republic of Iran.
Utechia.
Hujjatiyya.
Oh, Utechia.
Hujja, proof.
Yes, Utechia.
Yes, sir. Sorry?
Are you guys
Yeah, HUJJATIYYAH.
At Qom?
Qom, yes.
Yes, that's where.
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yes.
I was a member of the Islamic movement between 1981 and 2000.
And 2000.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I stand before you, Mr. Chairman, sir, to contribute my quota towards the efforts in finding facts regarding what happened between the 12th and 14th December 2015, and then volunteer my thoughts and maybe suggestions and recommendations to the committee, to the commission. Mr. Chairman, sir, even though the commission has been instituted, for instance, to find facts, it seems to me, as an observer, that there is a concerted effort to derail the commission from the purpose for which it has been inaugurated. It seems as if, by people I will mention, groups, I will mention them in the course of my discussion. It seems as if some people are trying to make this commission a platform for trying Shi'ism. Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to remind you, as if you need a reminder, that when the governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasiru Muhammad Al-Rufai, was inaugurating you on the 29th of January 2016, he mentioned inter alia, "My Lord Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this inquiry may well turn out to be a thankless assignment for which you will be accused, smeared, and attacked. Some of it may already have started. It is, however, a task that needs the attention of our best and brightest. It requires the thickest of skins. You are the 13 wise men and women that we believe will do this for Nigeria under the guidance of Almighty God. I therefore urge you to take all present and future challenges in your stride while striving to be fair and just to everyone as required by our Constitution, laws and instruments, and the rules of natural justice." Mr. Chairman, sir, what we need from you is the proof of the pudding. And we want to be able to see it when you fry the eggs, sir. In the pursuit of your activities, sir, you may even have to go against the governor of Kaduna State himself, as he has stated in his book written with the title "Accidental Public Servant" on page 354, I think. He says there, yes, he says there, "President Obasanjo and I have never discussed this issue before, head on, since leaving office. That is, I said this at the beginning that I will keep saying it. I am indebted to President Obasanjo for all of the things he did for me, for giving me the opportunity to achieve national prominence, for standing by me and providing the support to do my jobs effectively and serve Nigeria well. However, I took an oath of office which required my loyalty to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the rule of law and the Constitution. I was loyal to President Obasanjo throughout our tenure and will always respect him, but that loyalty is not without its limits. Specifically, that loyalty ends where the national interest and preserving our Constitution and our laws begin. I cannot, out of loyalty to a friend or to a mentor, break the law or violate the Constitution or do something that in my assignment could be wrong and against Nigeria's interests. This is the advice I want to give the Commission, that they should go about their assignment taking into consideration the national interest, not necessarily who inaugurated them. With this, Mr. Chairman, I would like to take us back to the basics by defining what Shiism is, what are the misconceptions that have been discussed here regarding Shiism.
Before you do that, Sheikh,
yes, sir.
It is necessary to emphasize,
yes, sir,
and possibly remind you of what happened after the inauguration of this commission by the government.
Yes, sir.
You recall that each member of this commission had sworn to an oath individually to carry out this assignment without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and to do so in the best interest of this country.
Yes, sir. It is.
If some of us were at liberty to decline the appointment of this commission, some of us would have done so. But having been selected, we had sworn to carry out the assignment without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and to deal fairly and justly with all the parties and the issues that are going to appear and be presented before us.
Yes, sir. It is my confidence in you.
I had, after the oath, also made a brief speech in reaction to the inaugural speech by the governor.
Yes, sir.
In which I emphasized that the Commission intends to abide by the oath each and every member of the Commission swore to carry out this assignment. At previous sittings of this Commission, we had emphasized, we have maintained that we intend to keep the oath we swore to in the conduct of this assignment. This commission did not swear to an oath of allegiance to any particular person.
Good.
The oath we swore to was to uphold the Constitution of Nigeria. And it was not an oath of allegiance to anybody. We still maintain that in the conduct of this assignment, we shall provide adequate opportunity for a fair hearing to every party who is going to appear before us. And we shall deal with all the issues of facts that are going to be presented to us. We shall make our observations, we shall make our findings, and make appropriate recommendations that would help the government, not only of Kaduna State, but also of the Federation, in trying to deal with issues and problems that necessitated the setting up of this commission. So this commission does not owe any allegiance to any particular person. The governor acted under the law. He was vested with the authority to appoint the commission. The commission is vested with authority under the same law to make inquiry and submit its report containing its findings of fact and recommendations. That is what we intend to do, and that is what we shall do by the grace of God.
Yes, I acknowledge that very well, and I appreciate it also. And it is my confidence in you in particular and the Commission in general that has made me come here. As you have noticed, I wrote that application on 16th of February,
We understand.
barely 2 weeks after you had been inaugurated.
We understand.
Yes, sir. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, chapter 4, verse 135, O you who have faith, be maintainers of justice and witnesses for the sake of Allah, even if it should be against yourselves or your parents and near relatives, and whether it be someone rich or poor, for Allah has a greater right over them. And then in chapter 5 also, verse 8, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is just a reminder and a nasiha, an admonishment to you. In chapter 5, verse 8, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "O you who have faith, be maintainers as witnesses for the sake of Allah, of justice, and ill feeling for a people, should never lead you to be unfair. Be fair, that is nearer to God-wariness, and be wary of Allah. Allah is indeed well aware of what you do." Now, having said this, I would say as a Shia, I have felt very, very demonized, targeted deliberately, unjustifiably profiled, violated, boxed in and locked in ever since the events of 12th to 14th December 2015. And there has been a concerted and deliberate effort of campaigning by a particular group of people, especially a particular group segment of the Muslim community, in order to actualize this demonization of the Shia, and in order to derail the commission from the purpose for which it has been inaugurated. That group of people, Mr. Chairman, sir, are the Wahhabi Takfiri Salafists. Wahhabi and Takfiri, read them as adjectives, Salafists as a noun, sir. This Wahhabi Takfiri Salafists are not the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, even though they would want to deceive people that they are. To buttress my point, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to quote from their own original sources. And that is a very, very important observation I would like to make, Mr. Chairman, sir. Whenever you want to know the teachings of a particular school, you go to the original sources, the authorities, the references. When you want to discuss Shi'ism, for instance, don't bring me a Yakubu Yahya from Kaduna or a Habib Yasur from Kuwait. Give me the authorities, the stars of the school, the outstanding personalities in that school. And that is the fair game and justice I want to do here, by quoting to you from the actual stars of this school. That is the school of the Wahhabi Takfiri Salafists, where they have mentioned very, very categorically, without any iota of doubt or contradiction, that every other person is not a Muslim, not only the Shia. Every other person apart from them is not a Muslim. He is an infidel, he is an apostate, he has gone out of the pale of Islam, and the judgment of death has been passed upon him by them. This book, Mr. Chairman, sir, is called Mawsu'atul Allam al-Albani. That is the encyclopedia of the erudite scholar Albani. It runs into 9 volumes. I want to quote from the second volume, only one sentence, because I'm sure I don't have time. He says in that second volume, when he talks about the Sufiya, who are not Muslims, who are not Shia, when he was speaking about the Kalimatut Tawheed, the testament, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, wahdahu la sharika lahu, ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. He says, the Muslims of today are worse off than the polytheists of the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is the premise of his argument. Mr. Chairman said the microphone should have been mounted and not handheld. Very sorry. You see, here when he talks about the Sufiya, he said, Ya'budun al-qubur. They worship the graves. He's not talking about Shia only here. And that is one thing that is very, very common about these people. They pass judgments on people anyhow, and they arrogate to themselves knowledge of what people are thinking in their minds. They have access to the mind, to the mindset of everybody. He says, يَعْبُدُونَ الْقُبُورِ, they worship the graves. وَيَذْبَحُونَ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ, they sacrifice for other than Allah. وَيَدْعُونَ الْأَمْوَاتِ, and they call unto the dead. وَهَذَا وَاقِعُ وَحَقِيقَةُ مَا تَعْتَقِدُهُ الرَّافِضَةُ, and this is the reality of what the Shia believe. وَالصُّوفِيَّةُ, and the Sufis also. وَأَصْحَابُ الطُّرُقِ, and the people who follow the tariqah. They are all the same, he is saying. فَالْحَجُّ إِلَى الْقُبُورِ, therefore pilgrimage to graves. وَبِنَاءُ الْمَشَاهِدِ الشِّرْكِيَّةِ, and the building of houses of polytheism. وَالطَّوَافُ عَلَيْهَا, and circumambulating around those houses. وَالْإِسْتِغَاثَةِ بِالصَّالِحِينَ, and looking for help from the righteous servants of Allah. Aqaidu, these are creeds, thabitatun, firmly established indahum, with them. All other Muslims apart from him. This is one reference. In another reference, the same Nasiruddin al-Albani, but in volume 9 now, in volume 3, I mean, he talks about the parents of the Prophet ﷺ being in hellfire as at now. Now when he comes to discuss that issue, he believes, and all those people who follow him, all the Wahhabis on earth, believe that the parents of the Prophet ﷺ, as at now, as we speak, are burning in hellfire. So when he discusses this point here, he says, وَعْلَمْ أَيُّهَا الْأَخِ الْمُسْلِمِ, and you should know, O you my brother Muslim, أَنَّ بَعْضَ النَّاسَ الْيَوْمِ, that some people today, وَقَبْلَ الْيَوْمِ, and even after today, لَا اسْتِعْدَادَ عِنْدَهُمْ, they are not prepared لِكَبُولِ هَذِهِ الْأَحَادِيثِ الصَّحِيحَةِ, they are not prepared to accept these authentic traditions that say that the Prophet's parents are in hellfire. Just because these hadith are in Sahih Muslim, they have to be accepted. He said there are so many Muslims who are not prepared to accept the authenticity of this ahadith, وَتَبْنِي مَا فِيهَا مِنَ الْحُكْمِ, and accept what is in those ahadith of the opinion, بِالْكُفْرِ عَلَى وَالِدَيْ الرَّسُولِ. They are not prepared to accept this authentic ahadith and follow the ahadith in passing the judgment of kufr on the parents of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. بَلْ إِنَّ فِيهِمْ مَنْ يَظُنُّ, in fact, among them there are those who think أَنَّهُ مِنَ الدُّعَاةِ إِلَى الْإِسْلَامِ, that he is one of the callers to Islam, but all the same he doesn't believe this. It is a cardinal, it is an article of faith of the Wahhabis. And anybody who does not believe that the parents of the Prophet are in hellfire, he is not a Muslim. He doesn't have to be a Shia, he can be anybody, but he is not a Shia, but he is not a Muslim. Then the last book I want to, even though there are many, or second to the last, this is, I have a book by Muhammad bin Salih al-Uthaymin called Sharh al-Aqidah al-Wasitiyya. I will show it to you, sir. Wani ya zo ya ɗauko man. Before I bring it at the common Sharh al-Aqidah al-Wasitiyya, gashi na, it is here. Before, don't stop me, please. I want to give me my time to talk, please. In the Sharh of, you don't want us to talk about the Aqidah of the Wahhabis, only the Aqidah of the Shia. Now, in the Sharh al-Aqidah al-Wasitiyya by Muhammad bin Salih al-Uthaymin, when he comes to discuss the Ahlus Sunnah, the people who are the Ahlus Sunnah, he says, very categorically that the Ahlus Sunnah, they are the only people who are the Ahlus Sunnah. Please hold on. When he comes to the Ahlul Sunnah, he says the only people who are Ahlul Sunnah are those people following Ibn Taymiyyah, and that the Asha'ira, Mr. Chairman, sir, that the Asha'ira and the Mu'tazila and everybody else is not among the Ahlul Sunnah. He said, how can they be among the Ahlul Sunnah when they disagree with the actual Ahlul Sunnah? He means themselves. Asha'ira, Mr. Chairman, are at least 80% of the Muslims of the world. They are Ash'arites. The rest are Mu'tazila. Then you have the Shia and the others. He says all these multitudes are not Ahlul Sunnah. Only us are the Ahlul Sunnah. That is why even when they come to the Sharh of Sahih Bukhari by Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, who is a very, very celebrated commentator on the Sahih Bukhari, they question his aqidah. They question the aqidah of the commentator of Sahih Bukhari. This book by Dr. Barak, who is also one of the greatest Wahhabi scholars of our time. The name of the book tells everything. Ta'liqatun, that is annotations. Annotations. Alal mukhalafatil aqadiyyah, on breaches of ideology, ideological breaches. Annotations on ideological breaches fi Fathil Bari, that are found in Fathul Bari, Sharh Sahih Bukhari, which is the Sharh of Sahih Bukhari. Here, he says all Ash'ira, I don't have to read it, all Ash'ira, all Mu'tazila, all Sufiya, every Muslim is not a Muslim. Only they are Muslims. Then I have other books also, but I'll just limit it to this. He says everybody else is not a Muslim. Only they are Muslims. So this is the mindset. This is the background from which they are coming. It is not only Shia that are not Muslims. There is a book called Tarikhun Najd by Ibn al-Ghannam. It runs into about 600 pages. The book has been written to chronicle the jihad of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab in the Arabian Peninsula. In the introduction of that book, he says categorically that Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab lived in a society where everybody else was an infidel. That was why he waged the jihad on infidels. They were Muslims, but he adjudged them to be infidels. Then in a book, in an article authored by Alistair Crook, a former MI6 agent, which was written on August 27, 2014, and updated on October 27 of the same year. He said so many things about Wahhabism. Mr. Chairman, sir, I have the hard-written copy. The name of the article is "You Cannot Understand ISIS Until You Understand Saudi Arabia." You can't understand ISIS if you don't know the history of Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. By Alistair Crook. He said Saudi Arabia's internal discord and tensions over ISIS can only be understood by grasping the inherent and persistent duality that lies at the core of the kingdom's doctrinal makeup and its historical origins. One dominant strand to the Saudi identity pertains directly to Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, the founder of Wahhabism, and the use to which his radical exclusionist emphasis, exclusionist Puritanism was put by the Ibn Saud, by the Ali Saud. The latter, then he goes on to say, the second strand of this perplexing duality relates precisely to King Abdul Aziz's subsequent shift towards statehood in the 1920s, his curbing of Ikhwani violence and the rest of it. But this cultural revolution was no docile reformism. It was a revolution based on Abdul Wahhab's Jacoban-like hatred for the putrescence and devotionism that he perceived all about him. What I just finished saying. Hence, his call to purge Islam of all its heresies and idolatries. The American author and journalist Stephen Cohn, that is the MI6 agent was saying, has written how this austere and centurious disciple of the 14th century scholar Ibn Taymiyyah, Abdul Wahhab, despised the decorous, arty, tobacco smoking, hashish imbibing, drum pounding Egyptian and Ottoman nobility who traveled across Arabia to pray in Mecca. In Abdul Wahhab's view, these were not Muslims, and they are not Shia. They were impostors masquerading as Muslims. Nor did he find the behavior of local Bedouin Arabs, like I was saying, much better. They aggravated Abdul Wahhab by their honoring of saints, by their exerting of tombstones, and their superstition. All this behavior Abdul Wahhab denounced as bid'ah, which was innovation. Like Ibn Taymiyyah before him, he continues to write, Abdul Wahhab believed that the period of the Prophet Muhammad's stay in Mecca was the ideal of Muslim society. This is common to everybody, all Muslims, to which all Muslims should aspire to emulate. The problem with Abdul Wahhab was the interpretation. He arrogated to himself the monopoly of interpreting Islam. Only his interpretation of Islam should be accepted, and everybody else's interpretation of Islam should be rejected. Taymiyyah, that is the spiritual father of spiritual ancestor of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, had declared war on Shi'ism, Sufism, and Greek philosophy. He spoke out too against visiting the grave of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the celebration of his birthday, which is not common only to Shia, and the celebration of the birthday of the Prophet, declaring that all such behavior represented mere imitation of the Christian worship of Jesus as God. Abdul Wahhab assimilated all this earlier teaching, stating that any doubt or hesitation, this is dangerous, any doubt or hesitation on the part of a believer in respect to his or her acknowledging this particular interpretation of Islam, any doubt should deprive a man of immunity of his property and his life. He should be killed. Anybody who differed with Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's interpretation of Islam should be killed. One of the main tenets of Abdul Wahhab's doctrine has become the key idea of takfir. That is calling people infidels, takfir. Under the takfiri doctrine, Abdul Wahhab and his followers could deem fellow Muslims infidels should they engage in activities that in any way could be said to encroach on the sovereignty of the absolute authority, who was the king himself. If you went against the king, you are a kafir. Abdul Wahhab denounced all Muslims who honored the dead, saints or angels. He held that such sentiments detracted from the complete subservience one must feel towards Allah and only Allah. Wahhabi Islam thus bans any prayer to saints and dead loved ones, pilgrimages to tombs and special mosques, religious festivals, celebrating saints, the honoring. Yes, sir. This is a very important point I'm making. I'm setting the background. I've not even started my presentation.
See, we are working within a structured system here. And that was why
I was told I was going to speak for 20 minutes, and I don't think it's fair. I have never seen anybody given a time limit within which to speak.
people have time limit because
I have never had it. I was told I would speak for only 20 minutes. I have not discussed Shi'ism yet. I have had so many misconceptions. All this brouhaha, all this huffing and puffing. Yes, sir.
Please listen. Now, you have laid down the background.
This is just the background. I've started laying down the background, sir.
Yes, and like you know, you do not have the time to listen to the
I have been here since 21st. I have been here since 21st. This should have been on 21st of this month.
Yes.
I waited 4 days, sir.
And it was because
I have been patient for 4 days, sir.
people who had been listed before you could not be taken. That's why you had to wait this long.
I appreciate that, sir.
Isn't it?
They should also wait for me, sir.
No. People who have been scheduled presentation before the commission will be allowed time to present their memo or whatever they want to say. But then there has to be a limitation
Yes, sir.
as to the time of the presentation because there are several other people.
Yes, sir.
Now, you have given us the background.
Yes, sir.
So I want you to kindly summarize your presentation
Yes,
in
sir.
such a way that you take into account that other people are also here to make presentation after your own.
Yes, sir.
So shall we, and please relate it to the assignment,
Yes, sir.
the terms of reference of this commission,
Yes, sir.
when you do so.
So I'll stop reading. I'll stop quoting from books.
Sorry?
I will stop quoting
You
from
want to
books.
make references. See, at the end of the day, we still want you, because there isn't time for us to take what you're going to say in long hand. It will be very helpful for the commission if you put it down
I will.
so that we have it. At the end of the day, we'll look at it calmly. Look at your presentation calmly, along with all the other presentations.
Yes, sir. So I'll just in concluding the background, sir. This is a book written by Muhammad Yusuf. Muhammad Yusuf wrote this book. Muhammad Yusuf wrote this book. The name of the book is, I'm not going to read from it. The name of the book is, there are so many grammatical errors, linguistic, Arabic. He says, هذه عقيدتنا ومنهج دعوتنا. This is our creed, and this is the methodology of our ideology. Written Ta'lifu Abi Yusuf, Muhammad ibn Yusuf al-Maiduguri. Here, his references, he generously quotes from Ibn Taymiyyah, the spiritual godfather of Wahhabi Islam. There is nowhere where he refers to any Shia. Muhammad Yusuf has never been Shia. He could have been a member of the Islamic movement, I don't know, I'm not sure, as people insinuate. But he has never been Shia. In fact, in the book, he castigates the Shia. But I'm not going to read because you don't have time. Yeah. In his book, he talks extensively, derogatively about Shia. So there is no way anybody can convince anybody else that Muhammad Yusuf was a Shia. That is one. Secondly, Aminu Aliyu Gusau and Mujahid Abu Bakr Muhammad, they are also Wahhabis and Salafis. And they helped in the killing of Gideon Akaluka in 1995 in Kano. They scaled through the walls of a prison in Kurawa, in Kano, isolated Gideon Akaluka because he had been accused of desecrating the Quran. A water vendor accused him of desecrating the Quran, so he was arrested by the police and put in prison in custody. They scaled through the wall of the prison, identified and isolated Gideon Akaluka, brought him out and beheaded him. And then they burnt the police station of Shahuchi. At that time, the police station remained for more than 7 years destroyed. It had not been repaired for more than 7 years. And Aminu Gusau, since we were in the Islamic movement together, Aminu Gusau and Abu Bakr Mujahid were the people who created the Hurras. Hurras actually were created by Al-Amin Muhammad, who was a lecturer recently in the NDA here. When Aminu Gusau and Mujahid saw that they could use the Hurras, which he created, they snatched them from him. In fact, the name Hurras was their own coinage. It's the plural for Haris. Haris means guard, and Hurras means guards. That name has remained in the Islamic movement up to today. And they were giving them military training. They had cadets from the NDA who were their followers, who were training them in the bush. I would have wanted Aminu Gusau and Muhammad Mujahid to be here today to debunk this claim I'm making, these two claims that I'm making now. And the commanders of the Hurras in the Islamic movement today still remain the same commanders that were appointed by Aminu Gusau and Abu Bakr Mujahid. So there is no way they can say they are not Wahhabis. I think one of the greatest undoings of Sheikh Zakzaki, sir, is his inability or failure to complete his process of transition and evolution from Sunni activism to Shia evangelism. Mr. Chairman, sir, I can identify. Yeah.
On what we are writing.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I can identify a Wahhabi Takfiri Salafist whenever I see or hear him, even if he happens to be a lawyer. And even if he happens to be in this hall. The moment he starts speaking, I can identify him, sir, because I know him very well. I know a Wahhabi. The moment I see or hear him, from his utterances, I will be able to identify him. There are so many other things I want to say. They say we abuse the Sahaba. They say we abuse the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When they say the Sahaba, sir, they don't mean Ali. They don't mean Az-Zahra alayha salam. They don't mean Al-Hasan or Al-Hussein. They don't mean Khadija, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They don't mean the companions of Ali. They mean Muawiyah and his companions. Ibn Taymiyyah, in his book Minhaj al-Sunnah, talks very, very, very disrespectfully about Ali, about Az-Zahra, about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself, and about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I have no time to bring the references. When the ISIL invaded Syria, they went and dug up the grave of the companion of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was called Hujr ibn Adi. Hujr ibn Adi had been there in the grave for more than 1,000 years. But because he was a follower of Ali and antagonistic towards Muawiyah, they dug up his grave and desecrated the remains. And he was a companion. And there are so many Sunni scholars who don't see anything wrong in accusing the Sahaba or attacking them, including Albani himself, who I quoted here. If you want, I'll read it for you. Including Albani. I will only quote Albani and forget maybe Albani and somebody else, maybe just one or two. Albani, Muhammad Nasiruddin Albani, he says, كيف يسوغ لنا? How is it possible for us to accept? He is asking a rhetorical question. And he is one of the main scholars of Wahhabism. He says, كيف يسوغ لنا أن نتصور? How is it possible for us to imagine أن النبي, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa alihi wasallam, yujizu lana, would allow us, would permit for us أن نقتدي بكل رجل من الصحابة? How is it possible intellectually for us to accept that the Prophet would allow us to imitate and follow each and every Sahaba? He is not a Shia. He is a Wahhabi. He continues to say, مَا أَنَّ فِيهِمْ, even when among them there are, this is his reason, مَا أَنَّ فِيهِمْ الْعَالِمَ وَالْمُتَوَسِّطَ فِي الْعِلْمِ وَمَنْ هُوَ دُونَ ذَلِكَ. Even when among them there was the learned, there was the moderate in learning, and there was the one who didn't know anything at all. The Sahaba he was talking about. And then he said, وَمَنْ هُوَ دُونَ وَكَانَ فِيهِمْ مَثَلًا, and among them there were, for instance, he continues, مَنْ يَرَى إلى آخره, because he's talking, I don't want to talk about what he says. He says this in Silsilatul Ahadith al-Da'ifah wal-Mawdu'a, the first volume, page 82. Then there are others also, there is Maliki, Dr. Hassan Farhan Al-Maliki. There are so many other Sunni scholars who, as somebody said, in fact, we the Ahlul Sunnah, أنكرنا على الشيعة دعواهم الإسمة للأئمة الاثني عشر. We the Sunnah, he is saying, we have not accepted the claim of the Shia that they have 14 Imams who are infallible. So how can we turn around now and say 120,000 companions of the Prophet were all rightful? He was making this claim. So when they say Sahaba, they know the Sahaba they are talking about. The Sahaba couldn't all have been ma'asumin. It's not possible at all. So after this, I'll talk about Shi'ism, sir. Shia actually is an Arabic word. Like so many other Arabic words, which has the word Shi'ism. It has a linguistic and a technical meaning. And there are so many words in the Arabic language that have acquired technical meanings by virtue of the advent of Islam. Islam came, it wanted to speak in the Arabic language. It spoke to them in the Arabic language, but it adopted some of the words that they were using ordinarily and gave them religious meanings. For instance, as-salah, which is supplication. When Islam came, it adopted the word as-salah and gave it a particular meaning. This movement that we make 5 times a day, they were not originally called as-salah. For instance, az-zakah, which means charity, which means tazkiyah, which means purification. Az-zakah in Arabic means purification. But when Islam came, it adopted the word az-zakah and gave it another meaning, which is the same purification but a wider sense of kind of purification. Now there are many words like that. Some have even acquired contemporary meanings now, modern meanings now, like ashahina, hatif, telephone, and so many others. Now coming to Shia, which is our point of discussion now. Shia, I don't want to quote books. In Arabic means followers, partisans, adherents, supporters, stuff like that. And the Quran has used this word Shia in the linguistic sense. For instance, when the Quran was discussing Ibrahim alayhi salam in Surah As-Safat, that is the rangers. The Quran says, وَإِنَّ مِن شِيعَتِهِ لَإِبْرَاهِيمَ إِذْ جَاءَ رَبَّهُ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. And indeed among his Shia, the Shia of Noah, indeed from among the Shia of Noah, there was Ibrahim. That is, Ibrahim was among the Shia of Noah. This is the linguistic sense. That is among the followers, comrades, partisans, whatever. And then about Moses also, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Qasas, وَدَخَلَ الْمَدِينَةَ عَلَى حِينِ غَفْلَةٍ مِنْ أَهْلِهَا فَوَجَدَ فِيهَا رَجُلَيْنِ يَقْتَتِلَانِ هَذَا مِنْ شِيعَتِهِ وَهَذَا مِنْ عَدُوِّهِ. He saw 2 people in the city, Moses alayhi salam. Saw 2 people in the city. This one was from his Shia, from the Shia of Moses, and the other one was from the Shia of his enemies. So he held the person who was from his Shia, that's from his religion. Now this is in the linguistic sense. Followers, partisans, and these followers can come before or after you in history. It doesn't matter. They can come before or after you in history. Like Allah said, كَمَا فُئِلَ بِأَشْيَائِهِمْ مِنْ قَبْلُ. Like it was done to their partisans before them. So your partisans can be before you, they can be your contemporaries, they can come after you. But in the technical sense, even Muawiyah in the linguistic sense used the word Shia, as reported by Tabari. He was instructing one of his governors to be very, very hostile to the Shia of Ali and be very, very kind to the Shia of Uthman. So theoretically speaking, Mr. Chairman, sir, you could have your own Shia, linguistically. Everybody could have their own Shia, linguistically speaking. But technically, sir, when we say Shia, technically it means a group of Muslims who take it as an article of faith that successorship to the Prophet ﷺ immediately after him was supposed to be passed on to Ali alayhi salam by text from Allah and the Prophet himself. By text, not by shura, not by consultation. And that he had to be a ma'asum, infallible. Technically, this is what Shia means. Anybody who believes in the direct successorship to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam after him, by virtue of a text from Allah and the Prophet himself, is a Shia. Anybody who does not believe, this is the separation wall. This is the common denominator. This is what makes you a Shia. It's not a mystery. What makes you a Shia is to believe in your own interpretation of the Quranic verses and the ahadith, which I don't have time to bring down. If you believe in those interpretations of the verses of the Quran and the ahadith of the Prophet and his practical actions towards Ali, and conclude as a result that Ali should have been the successor to the Prophet immediately after him, then you are a Shia. You become the Shia of Ali. If you don't believe that, if you believe that no, successorship to the Prophet ﷺ would have been completed by consultation, then you are not a Shia. A Shia is not somebody who is not a Muslim. He's somebody who has interpreted the verses, interpreted the ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ. Now, as far as who the Shia are concerned, sir, yes, sir.
You have heard them before.
Yeah, and I've had contrary definitions also from the Salafis, the Takfiris.
So yes, everybody has his own understanding.
It's not understanding, sir. It is hatred, sir. It is inherited hatred, passed on from generation to generation, sir.
Let's go on from where you stop.
Now, as far as the characteristics of the Shia, which is very, very important, sir, I want to quote from our own Imams. Our own Imams, not somebody else speaking. From our own book, exclusively Shia books, exclusive to the Shia, sir. This book, sir, is an exclusively Shia book. Unfortunately, all books written in Islam should belong to everybody. Ordinarily, like mosques. We shouldn't have Shia mosques, Izala mosques, and a mosque is a mosque. A masjid is a masjid. We shouldn't have masajid for different sects. But the reality of the situation is different from that. Now this book, when I say exclusively Shia, I'm saying it with a lot of, I don't mean it should be only for the Shia. Like I've been quoting from Bukhari, from Albani, from everybody. Now in this book, it is called Al-Usul min al-Kafi. Every Wahhabi knows the name of the book, but maybe they have never seen one. Al-Usul min al-Kafi. This is volume 1 and 2 together. In the volume 1, you will hear it directly from the horse's mouth, sir, from the Aimma themselves. One of the Aimma, he says, that is Al-Imam Sadiq alayhi salam, he says, Tafakkahu fi din. Study thoroughly the religion of Allah. Try to thoroughly understand. The Shia are not supposed to be ignorant people. It's even from what you are seeing on the ground today. Tafakkahu fi dinillah, fi din. Have thorough understanding of the religion. فَإِنَّهُ, because مَنْ لَمْ يَتَفَكَّحْ مِنْكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ. Because anyone from among you who does not have thorough understanding of the religion, فَهُوَ أَعْرَابِي, he is a Bedouin Arab. He is a Bedouin Arab. Then there are many others like that. Now regarding their characteristics, how the Shia should conduct themselves, he says in volume 2, sir, of the same Al-Usul min al-Kafi, he says, yes, he says, وَأَلَمْ أَنَّهُ, and you should know also, I admonish you with the fear of Allah. عَلَيْكَ بِتَقْوَى Allah. I admonish you with the fear of Allah. وَالْوَرَعْ, and being cautious, wal-ijtihad, and striving and struggling, wa-sidq al-hadith, and truthfulness in speech, wa-adai al-amana, and then taking back trust that you have been instructed with, wa-husn al-khuluq, and good conduct, and the rest. I can see they are whispering to you, sir. So, this is how a Shia is supposed to conduct himself. To be very, very kind, to be generous, to be Allah-fearing, to be the best of Muslims, sir. What you see on the streets may not necessarily be Shiism, sir. Now, before I give my recommendation in conclusion, because of my respect for the commission, sir, I would say, everybody blocks roads, sir. Everybody. I mean, let the truth be told. When the chiefs are down, sir, everybody blocks roads. I know that the general officer commanding, I picked it in media, that he said even in the military they have Shia. They don't have any problem with the Shia as a group of people. Even the governor of Kaduna State, to be very fair, was saying that he was only particular about allegiance to the constitution. He is not particular about the religion of people. Everybody has the right to practice their religion, and then everybody also can conduct themselves in procession or whatever. He doesn't like the breaking of the law. And even the courts, according to an article written by Ustad Abu Bakr Siddiq in the leadership newspaper of 1st January, I think, on Friday, he said when they went to the courts for a meeting, he said he doesn't have anything personal against Sheikh Zakzaki. But as far as the issue of blocking of roads is concerned, Mr. Chairman, sir, in Nigeria, even airport runways are blocked. Airport runways. As is very, very evident from this article, which I have copied from the Daily Trust, written by one Anjuma Abdullahi, January 20, 2016. The title was Daily Trust, Aviation Security, Time for Reflection. He says the suspension of the three people were suspended because of this incident. The suspension of the 3 top officials of the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja followed a bizarre incident at the airport in Abuja recently when some passengers, that was after the incident of Zaria, when some passengers bulldozed their ways into the tarmac and prevented a Turkish aircraft from taking off. Turkish, not Nigerian. In gross breach of security regulations, safety regulations. He said, reason, the airline brought the passengers without their luggage. It brought them from Istanbul without their luggage. An action that angered the passengers into taking the law into their hands. Preventing an aircraft from taking off on schedule or any unlawful seizure of an aircraft by any person or group is a gross violation of airport security, and so on and so forth. Then I read in the news rescue that even the COAS himself was blocked after the Zaria incident in Abuja. News rescue. The Nigerian Army Chief Buratai's convoy was blocked in Abuja Sunday morning, written February 15, 2016. General Tukur Yusuf Buratai was driving along Obafemi Awolowo Way on Sunday morning around 9:15 a.m. with his armored convoy that some say is more elaborate than that of the Nigerian president, when he met a barricade mounted as usual by a Christian organization. No prejudice to Christians. I'm just reading a report. The Mountain of Fire Church. Now he changed his course, according to News Rescue. And they compared it with what happened in Zaria. The bottom line is everybody blocks roads. So what is good for the goose, I think should equally be good for the gander. The laws should be equitably applied across the board to everybody. And maybe I'll conclude here by telling you my recommendations now and suggestions. Mr. Chairman, sir, while those clashes lasted, Colonel Sani Usman Kuka Sheka made about 5 claims which were widely circulated by the Nigerian media. The first claim, sir, he said there was an assassination attempt on the Chief of Army Staff. That was the first claim he made. The second claim was that that assassination attempt was ordered directly by Sheikh Zakzaki. The third claim he made was that these things would be dealt with appropriately, the attack, the alleged attack. Number 4, he said it would never be allowed to repeat itself. And number 5, he said they would follow all the rules of engagement. Sir, I want these claims to be investigated for closure and for the sake of forestalling future occurrences. This is recommendation number 1. Number 2, I believe the Chief of Army Staff, sir, okay. Secondly, sir, I am prepared to give the Chief of Army Staff the benefit of the doubt and assume that he walked into somebody else's trap, that he didn't intentionally want the events of 12th to 14th December to take place, that he must have walked into somebody else's trap. I don't want to believe that deep in his mind he went to Zaria specifically for what happened on that day. So I would want him, sorry?
No.
Yes, sir.
Please don't mind.
Okay, sir. Please just call them to order, sir.
Well, like I said, you are speaking to the commission.
Yes, sir.
And listening only to the commission.
Yes, sir.
And address the commission.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Yes, sir. He is a human being, I believe. Professional, well-trained. I wouldn't want ordinarily to believe that he went into Zaria to do that. Especially because the theaters were actually multiple. The original thing happened at the Husseiniya, sir, in Zaria. And they had their way and they left. Between what happened in the Husseiniya and what happened at Gelesu, there were so many hours. There was a gap of so many hours between the Husseiniya incident. It was the same day, quite okay, but there was a gap between the Husseiniya incident and the Gelesu incident. That happened after he had gone to the MS Palace and come back, after the passing up parade and whatever. After even the governor of Kaduna said had gone to Zaria and come back. Because Sheikh Zakzaki, I was made to understand, had called the governor of Kaduna State. That I cannot verify, but at least I can verify what I read in the papers. When I read that the governor was saying he was on his way to Zaria, they had not reached Zaria yet. I read that. He was on his way to Zaria, and he actually went to Zaria, and the Husseiniya incident had finished. It was after the Husseiniya incident, hours after, that the Gelesu incident started. So I would want to give him the benefit of the doubt and believe that maybe he sleepwalked into somebody else's plans. He should be, maybe confidentially he should speak to you, because we have to get to the roots of this problem, sir. If we want to foreclosure, sir, lives had been lost. Sheikh Zakzaki has lost 6 children now, biological children, his own direct children. I have had so many people calling for killing, for the Jordanian and the Saudi Arabian models, whatever. I would not advise a human being to follow that track. Mr. Chairman, sir, Nigeria is not a kakistocracy. It is not a plutocracy. It is not an autocracy. It is not a dictatorship, sir. It is not a monarchical sheikhdom. Nigeria, sir, is a democracy. So, sir? Civil representative democracy, sir. It's not a direct democracy. It is civil representative democracy, which accords citizens, sir, their freedoms. So, these things, sir, should be investigated very, very thoroughly. Foreclosure, I wouldn't advise, I don't even think the Chief of Army Staff is a killer. And I will not advise him to start being one from today. I will not be among those people who will advise him to go on a killing spree because he's on national assignment. I would advise him to be a father, to be a general, a courageous one who takes all the rubbish that people pour on him. That makes him a man. I will never advise him to be the killer of his own citizens, of the citizens of his own country. So give him that opening, sir. Give him that benefit. It will help you in the course of your investigations to find out exactly what happened between Husseiniya and Gelesu. I am not a member of the movement, but I'm a human being, sir. Ever since the incident of 12th to 14th, sir, I have been looking, I have become more conscious of my neighborhood. And I'll tell you why. I know the house of Sheikh Zakzaki in Gelesu, and that his neighborhood is not bigger than mine. So I've been asking and imagining, if what happened there had happened in my neighborhood, in my house, how would I have been feeling? I always become very conscious of my neighborhood, sir. To besiege a neighborhood that small for 2 days, sir. That's number 2. Number 3, sir, I think it is very, very important to deploy the methodology of crisis management when in dealing with the Zaria crisis, and also initiate a healing process. Not only, I think this commission of inquiry should be a stepping stone towards the institution of a dialogue committee, like Truth and Reconciliation Committee, something like that, so that there will be a proper, dialogue and understanding, even with the Sheikh himself and stakeholders and everybody who has known something about the activities of Sheikh Zakzaki and the clashes between him and the military for the past so many years. Mr. Chairman, sir, I have more than 35 years of Islamic activity under my belt. I know it is not easy or even possible to crush a group of people who believe in a certain ideology. Physical force is not always the reason. All those people who are advocating for physical force are only giving you a recipe for more trouble. And that was the mistake that was made in the case of Muhammad Yusuf, sir. Ideologically, I differ very, very, very fundamentally from Muhammad Yusuf. But that summary killing, after he was caught alive and well and healthy, that is what must have contributed in a great way to what we are witnessing today with respect to Boko Haram, sir. These are some of the recommendations I would like to give to you, sir, even though I had wanted to discuss loyalty to allegiance to the Constitution, which we are being accused of as Shia. Yes, sir. In the book by Malam Muhammad Nasur El-Rufai, sir, the accidental public servant, he discusses this particular issue. He was once accused of not being loyal to Nigeria, incidentally. In page 408, sir, of that book, I will read to you before I beg further comments. He says in page 408, sir, Umaru added, that was President Umaru added, you know, he was at odds with President, so he wasn't calling him president. Maybe you read the book. The governor promised to give me an autographed copy of the book. He has yet to make good on his promise. Sorry? Sorry? A public reminder, yes, sir, through you also. He said, Umaru added that I should go to Obama or Gordon Brown and ask them for a passport, since that was where my loyalties lay rather than Nigeria. So it's easy to accuse anybody of being loyal to somebody else. Sir, on a more serious note, I would like to observe that the Nigerian Constitution is not a book on theology. It is a mundane document that stipulates how Nigerians should live with one another as citizens. And for the avoidance of doubt, sir, by mundane, because somebody might underline that word, by mundane, I mean earthly, worldly, terrestrial, temporal, material, as opposed to divine, heavenly, extraterrestrial, immaterial, intangible. The Nigerian Constitution is a mundane document that stipulates for Nigerians how to live with one another as citizens. The Nigerian Constitution cannot guide me in matters of my own religion. The only guidance it has provided me is to permit me to subscribe to any religion I so wish. Consequently, sir, if I want to be a Muslim, I cannot ask the Constitution. If I want to discuss issues about divinity, about monotheism, about issues relating to Allah, or about issues relating to jurisprudence, Islamic jurisprudence, I cannot ask the Constitution. I will ask authorities in those fields within Islam, whether they're in Nigeria or in foreign countries. It doesn't matter whether I'm Shia. If I am Shia, I will ask from scholars in Iran, Lebanon, and Iraq, Syria, and other places. If I'm a Wahhabi, Takfiri Salafist, I will ask from Saudi Arabia. If I'm Sufi, I will ask from Morocco or from other places, Mauritania or whatever. In each of these cases, it will be wrong to accuse me of not being loyal to the Constitution or of not paying allegiance to the Constitution of Nigeria. If I was a Christian, and in Christianity I was a Catholic, or I was a Protestant, or I was a Jehovah's Witnesses, or Seventh-day Adventist, or whatever, whenever I would want to know anything regarding the part of Christianity that I subscribe to, I look for authorities wherever they are in this world. The Constitution should not restrict me to looking for those answers to Nigerian borders, especially because we don't have authorities in Nigeria at all. So what we do as Shia, when you see us relating to Iran, or you see us relating to Iraq, or you see us relating to Syria or whatever, it is because of these reasons. I'm not talking about Yemen, I'm talking about Shiism. We are looking for authorities that will explain and interpret the religion of Islam the way we believe in, the way we understand it. So all this brouhaha, like I was saying, all this huffing and puffing about all these insinuations regarding Shiism, sir, at the end of the day, inshallah, will turn out to be what they really are. Just nothing but hot air. Believing in these insinuations and misconceptions will be the same as believing in La La Land or Never Never Land, sir. At the end of the day, it may appear to be a tale told by an full of sound and fury and signifying nothing. I rest my case, sir. Thank you very much.
As a follow-up to the last comment, Sheikh.
Yes, sir.
The Shia that you are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Recognize the laws of Nigeria.
Sir, my organization is registered by the Corporate Affairs Commission of Nigeria. Yes, sir.
We will come to that. You have attached a copy
Yes,
of your certificate.
Yes, sir.
The letter you wrote to us.
Yes, sir.
So wait until that issue
Yes,
comes
sir.
before you now.
Yes, sir.
But you recognize the laws of Nigeria, the constitution and the laws of Nigeria.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your law abiding.
Yes, sir. That is by virtue of my being Shia.
Yeah,
By virtue of my being Shia. Because not despite of being Shia, because of being Shia. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your law abiding.
Yes, sir.
You recognize the laws of Nigeria as well as the constitution of Nigeria.
Yes, sir. Akwai ruwa? Ruwa.
Sheikh Lawal,
Yes, sir.
because your law abiding,
Yes, sir.
you also recognize and respect constituted authorities under the constitution and the laws of Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
You have any question for Sheikh Lawal?
Yes, my Lord, I should have. Sir,
Yes,
you
sir.
said you were a member of IMN between 1981 to 2000.
Between and, not between two. Between 81 and 2000. Correct, sir.
Between 81.
Sheikh,
Yes, sir.
look at us, face us, give us the answer.
Yes, sir. Between 81 and 2000. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You were a member.
Yes, he was.
Yes, my Lord. I want you to confirm. He has the answer.
He has.
So he posed the question back to me. Was it my Lord?
From his statement before you even asked the question. He said he was a member of the IMN. If you remember, from the opening statement, he was a member of the IMN from 1981 to 2000.
Exactly.
That is no doubt about it.
As my Lord blesses.
So what's the question now?
Now, were you at ABU at any time?
How relevant is that? It's not relevant. It's not relevant at all to what happened between 12 and 14. I need legal guidance, my Mr. Chairman, sir.
Sheikh Lawal.
I need legal guidance, sir.
All right, Sheikh Lawal.
The guidance I need. Do I have to answer every question Or am I off it?
As it relates to the presentation you are
Don't intimidate me, sir.
No, Lawal, Sheikh Lawal. You see, you're not here to defend anything. You're not here to...
Sir, I want you to guide me on these things I want to talk about now.
Yes.
My understanding, sir, is that this commission is not a court of law.
It's not.
My understanding, sir, is that I came here freely, voluntarily, and willingly.
Yes.
My understanding, sir, is that I have not been docked.
You are not an accused person.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Any other question?
No, sir. So far.
Right. Let me now guide you. Sheikh Lawal.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, you are not here to defend anything.
No, sir, not at all.
You are just here to help this commission
as I deem it fit.
Assignment.
Yes, sir.
Voluntarily, freely.
Willingly.
Yes, willingly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because you feel there's a duty on you to do so.
Yes, sir.
As a citizen of
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the course of your presentation,
yes, sir,
you've made statements. Which will require counsel.
I know that. Yeah. I know that very well.
To ask you questions.
I know that very well, sir.
Now, any question asked of you, if you know the answer, answer it. If you don't understand the question, tell the commission,
yes,
the person who asked you,
yes, sir,
that you don't understand the question.
Yes,
and
sir.
then it will be repeated to you. But
the question I'm asking is am I obligated to answer each and every question,
yes,
sir? Obligated?
Yes, you have a duty as a presenter,
yes, sir,
for this commission.
Yes, sir.
Because all the questions that are asked of you are not personal to you.
Yes, sir.
They are aimed at bringing out facts which would assist us.
Yes, sir.
In our assignment.
Yes, sir.
So they are nothing personal to you. They are not personal or against your foundation. No. It's not against Shi'as or Shi'as. No.
I hope so.
They are questions to be asked by lawyers who would want to bring out facts that are relevant and material for us. Any question which we feel is not relevant for us, we'll ask you not to, or we'll tell you not to answer it.
Okay.
So,
I'm very grateful to my Lord. So what will be your answer to my question?
Yes, sir.
Sheikh Lawal, what's the answer to me?
Yes.
The question.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Now, this honorable commission we want to know why you left IMF.
Oh, good. Good question.
Thank you for the commendation.
You see now, Sheikh Lawal? You see now, you have a question now that you like.
Yes, sir.
That's in the course of asking questions that will bring facts.
I'll be friendly if he's friendly.
Sorry?
I'll be friendly if he is.
No, you see, like
if
I
he's
said,
a potential Takfiri Wahhabi,
like I said,
I will be also friendly to him.
You see, Lawal.
Yes, sir.
You're not here to defend anything like that.
I'm not defending nothing. I'm not defending anything, sir.
So there's no...
I know my rights. I'm not defending nothing.
There are no friends. There are no enemies. No. All we're after are just facts.
The reason I left the Islamic movement about 16 years ago is because that was exactly after I had come back from Iran. I came back from Iran in 1999. And I left in 2000.
Yes.
So the reason was because I saw a conflict between me and the movement with respect to emphasis and strategy.
Yes.
Please, what do you mean by emphasis?
Yes, sir. Good. I know you would ask that follow-up question.
So you will sit here as very friendly.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Yes, sir. By emphasis, I mean, very sorry, sir.
You can take forward.
Yes, by emphasis, sir, I mean that when I went to Iran, interacted with the scholars, they had a profound impact on me. My whole idea about Islam got reorientated because I had personal contact and interaction with them. I wasn't studying just for the sake of it. I wanted to study in order to grasp what I was studying, to discuss it, to be convinced or not to be convinced. I was open-minded.
Yes.
And therefore, I was thorough, I was diligent, and I asked all the questions. The patience and the perseverance I saw from those scholars who are very erudite, who are encyclopedic in their knowledge,
Yes.
and the conduct, the practical conduct I saw from them, the way they were respecting me, as a result of their imbibing the teachings of those, of the tenets of Islam, made me start asking them questions. And they gave me so many answers. So I got reorientated with respect to how to go about, engineering society religiously. When I came back, I tried as much as possible. I started operating, not started, I continued operating from where I stopped in the movement. But at a point I discovered that there could be conflict of ideas or interest with respect to those two aspects: emphasis, strategy. By emphasis I mean what to emphasize. I thought we should emphasize these things: intellectualism, scholarship, teaching, imparting of knowledge. Our organization has this as some of its aims and objectives.
And sorry, what was the organization called that time?
Ours?
Yes.
No, the organization, my own, for which I am Secretary General?
No. I know that. The
IMN.
IMN. Was it called IMN while you were still there?
I heard Aminu Gusso saying it had changed its name. It's not true.
It was IMN.
It was both Muslim brothers. In Hausa they were called Yan Uwa Musulmi. And then it was their IMN only means their definition, their orientation is a movement, Islamic movement of Nigeria. But essentially they are Muslim brothers. So it's the same thing. I don't want to go into this linguistic acrobatics.
We're not going there too.
Yes. No use at all.
It was known as Muslim Brotherhood.
Exactly. Muslim brothers.
Muslim Brothers?
Yes.
All right.
Later they were called IMN, but the same thing.
Yes.
So by emphasis, I'm still answering your question. I was very generous in my answer, liberal too.
Please go ahead.
I meant we should be doing these things,
Yes.
especially because we were now Shia. And Shiism is not entirely new, but it has been forgotten. I believe Shiism was the religion of the northern Nigerians from beginning. But I have no proof. I have no, hold on. I have no proof for that. My gut feelings, Mr. Chairman, sir, is that the northern Nigerians were Shiites because I only have circumstantial evidences. Bayajida was from Baghdad, sir. One. And then this Al-Hassan Al-Hussein, the Hausa people here in northern Nigeria, when they give birth to twins, they name them Hassan and Hussein. They even have a name which the Arabs don't have, Husayna and Hassana. Now, where did they get these things from? In fact, they think, the Hausa people think that Al-Hassan and Hussein, the children of Imam Hassan were twins, because there was only 11 months between them. So all over northern Nigeria, up to today, you find Muslims naming their twins as Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein, after the two children of Imam Ali, alayhi salam. And then I'm from Katsina, sir. Somebody has told me, and I have no proof for it, that Kalangu of the Katsina was, that they used to do it during the Ashura. They used to deliberately injure themselves during the Ashura. And this is the origin of the Kalangu. But I'm not sure. So especially especially because Shiism is at least new now in Nigeria.
All right, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
And by strategy, are you satisfied?
Okay. Now, let's go to specific to simplify your position.
Yes, sir.
Shia. You believe in the basic doctrine of Shia.
Yes, sir.
Mainly, the Takiyyah.
Who told you it's a doctrine? Basic. Basic?
Yeah.
Are you a learned layman? You want to learn? You are a learned in the law profession, but do you want to learn Shiism, or are you educating me about Shiism?
That is what we were told here.
Okay, then tell me you were told.
Right. Okay.
Don't put it on me.
Okay. We
Yes,
were
sir.
told that one of the basic doctrine of Shia is Takiyyah. What's your position?
Okay, Takiyyah is a human value, not religious.
Just answer me. What is your
I'm asking you. I can't tell you yes, no.
I'm not saying yes.
And then let me answer you.
Yes.
Sir.
Once again.
Yes, sir.
Once again.
Yes, sir.
Just listen to him.
I'm answering him. He wants me to give him a one-liner. He wants a one-liner from me.
No.
You see?
Just answer the question.
Takiyyah, sir, is also one of those words that have linguistic and technical meanings.
Yes.
And this is what people basically don't understand. They miss the point because they don't leave the linguistic to the technical. Sir, Takiyyah is a human value, not even religious, not even Islamic. Sir, linguistically first before technically, Takiyyah means nothing apart from fending off. When you fend something off, when you ward it off, when you are cautious about or sensitive about your environment. Linguistically, Takiyyah means to fend off. Now, technically, it means the act of concealing the haqq, the reality, the truth. Not hypocrisy like they are saying. Takiyyah, regardless of whether I'm Shia or not, Takiyyah, technically, by all Islamic scholars, regardless of their sect, is the act, and this is the fundamental difference between it and hypocrisy. I will differentiate. Takiyyah technically means the act of concealing the haqq, that is the truth, as a result of a perceived threat to your life, as a result of which you volunteer to the source of threat the falsehood that he believes in. So, no, I have not finished, sir. I haven't finished, sir. I would want to give you a lecture on theology and jurisprudence regarding Takiyyah now, sir.
There's no time, Sheikh Lawal, but we just know when it
Sir,
is.
in Islamic jurisprudence, sir, it's important. In Islamic, oh my God. Oh my God.
Question
Yes, sir.
of what Takiyyah is.
Yes, sir.
For our purpose,
Yes, sir.
we are satisfied with the definition which you have given linguistically and technically.
Okay, sir.
Now, equally well, you believe in temporary mutual marriage.
Is that also a doctrine?
That's why I'm careful now. I didn't say doctrine.
Is it a doctrine?
I said you also believe in the practice
Sir.
of temporary or
Sir.
mutual marriage.
He is wasting our time, sir.
No. Sheikh Lawal.
The reason why he is wasting our time, if I answer, this issue is jurisprudential. So if I tell him about temporary marriage now, he will ask me about wiping the feet
No.
in prayer. He will ask me about holding the hands.
No.
He will ask me about when do we break our fast.
No, he will only ask you questions which he thinks are material because, like you said,
I mean, how relevant is that to Zaria incident?
see, that is
Are we not discussing the Zaria incident?
wait.
How relevant is that to the blocking of roads?
Sheikh Lawal,
Yes, sir.
Hamzah Lawal,
Yes, sir.
please kindly listen.
Yes, sir.
Now, things have been said about Shia, about Shiism, about issues of Takiyyah, about issues like Mut'ah,
Mut'ah.
which is said to be temporary marriage.
Yes, sir.
All these have been discussed here, they have been presented before us.
Yes, sir.
Now we have the opportunity now to ask you.
I will answer him, sir.
Yes,
but I want to know the relevance between it and what happened in Zaria between 12th and 14th of December.
You see, there are presentations.
Is it that is if there was a blockage of road in Zaria, was it a function of Mut'ah? Was it because they were Mut'ah?
Lawal,
Yes, sir.
I said again, please listen.
Yes, sir.
Now, the assignment of this commission
Yes, sir.
is not just to. Are you here?
Yes, I am with you very well, sir.
The assignment of the commission does not just stop at investigating.
You want the historical background, the cultural, the whatever.
That's right. We also have to investigate, for instance, the structure, the funding.
But that is the movement, not Shiism, sir.
That is it. You see, it is because of this information about Shiism in respect of the Islamic movement in Nigeria that we felt the need for you to come and make clarification and even debunk certain things said before this commission, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, it is in the course of presentation before us that issues were raised
By Salafists, sir. By Wahhabi, Takfiri, Salafists.
It's an opportunity for you as a Shiite to not explain. If they have had their own time to say whatever they wanted to say, this is an opportunity for you as a Shiite to say what it is, what the real things are. Isn't it?
It is, sir.
The response.
It is, sir.
Right.
But
now,
what beats me, sir?
just hold on.
Yes, sir.
Now, like I said, in the terms of reference of this commission,
Yes, sir.
we are also to investigate, like I said, the structure, the organization, the mode of leadership,
I have read all the terms.
recruitment into the movement, IMN. And one of the issues which was presented before us, that look, there was one particular issue which the IMN used to entice young men into their followership.
Yes.
And it was temporary marriage.
Yes.
Now, that is why this issue of temporary marriage is a factor.
So can I rephrase the question for him then? He shouldn't have asked the question this way.
The question.
I do, but it's not, shouldn't have been phrased this way.
So just answer. If you understand it, just answer it.
No, I will rephrase it first, sir, because I cannot go.
Rephrase it and answer.
You should have asked me whether the temporary marriage can be used to recruit people into any cult or movement.
All right. What's the answer?
No. The answer is no.
But should it be sustained by the society?
What?
What you have just answered now.
Temporary marriage?
Yes, sir.
Ask me whether Islam should be sustained and I will tell you yes.
Yes, my Lord. While you were still a member of IMN, do you still believe in the Ayatollah Khomeini's revolution?
And how relevant is also that to the same to Zaria? What do you mean by believe in? Do you know what you mean by believe in?
Please.
Sir, believe in, he said. He said, do I believe in Khomeini, Imam Khomeini?
No. You understand the question?
No, I don't. I don't understand believe in.
All right, explain to me.
I don't understand believe in.
You remember the revolution?
I do very well.
Very well. And it was one of the basic things used to combat people or to excite them into sharing in the virtue of share.
Are you making a statement or asking a question?
You said I should explain to you unless if you are confused.
I can never be confused. I can never be confused.
Fine.
You can never confuse me. You can't. Yes, sir.
You're not in conversation with him.
Yes, sir.
Like I said again, kindly listen to him.
I did. I asked you. I told you I don't know what to believe
That's
in.
what he's trying to explain.
Believe in. He said
That's
believe
what he's
in.
trying to explain. today.
Yes.
Yes, my friend.
I'll go over it again.
Yes, sir.
That the running revolution of Ayatollah Khomeini
Yes.
was one of those things used to influence the minds of active young men as of that time to believe in
Sir,
Shia.
let me just forget about him and answer you.
Yes.
My Lord, I don't think I want to tolerate this kind of a
I mean, he is putting things to me. He is ramming
them.
them.
Bent backward, seriously. Yes, my Lord.
Just. Yes,
Sir, see, if you want to understand the evolution of the movement, you should know that we were not born Shia. We were not born Shia. We became Shia later on. By 1979, nobody was Shia in the Islamic movement.
Yes. So it was what brought it to 1979?
Sorry?
What brought Shiism in 1989 and 79?
Nobody was Shia in 79.
Yes. After 79.
What people were gravitated to in 79
yes.
was the political message of the revolution of Imam Khomeini, not the doctrinal message. And that was not particular to Shia. That was why we even accepted it, because we were not even Shia then. It was the whole world that accepted Imam Khomeini. Even Aminu Gusso, when he came, he told you the same. Nobody was Shia by 79. Maybe you should ask for research papers, sir. Not just keep on assuming.
Yes, my Lord. While you were still a member, please can you tell this honorable commission your relationship with El-Zakzak?
I think I'd be right. I'm not sure. I think I'd be right to say at a point I was just like his spiritual son. And you can understand, maybe you can appreciate how difficult it was to separate.
Yes. And what kind of a person the commission will want to know?
About Sheikh?
Yes, please.
I think, to be fair, he was a mixed bag, like every other human being. He was at the time. Sorry?
Mixed bag.
Yeah. Ordinary, like any other ordinary
like
person.
Yes.
Yes. He was very, very charismatic on the positive side, very intelligent, brave. He was a very, very courageous person. He knew what he was doing, very alert. Of course, people accuse him of sometimes being dismissive on the negative side, being very dogged, adamant, snobbish maybe. He was a mixed bag. He was like any other human being.
While you were a member, were you staying in Zaria or elsewhere?
I was in Zaria when I was schooling. My parents were here in Kaduna.
So you know Zaria very, very well?
Yes, very well. Relatively well, sorry. Relatively well.
Please, are you aware of certain complaints arising or emanating from residents of Gilisu and Tudunwa?
No, I can't answer that question. I've been separated for 16 years.
While you were there?
No, he didn't go to Gelesu. I think he went to Gelesu, I think, in maybe 98 or 99. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So by 99 when I came, he was in Gelesu. By 2000 when I left also, he was in Gelesu.
Okay.
So I can't answer that question.
I appreciate that. Now, you will not know what happened in Zaria on December 12 through to 14.
No, I would know because I was reading papers.
Personally,
no, I was not a witness.
Exactly.
I wasn't a witness.
All the facts, therefore, you relied upon in making your estimation and or conclusion were facts fed to you by some other people?
Through secondary sources, you mean?
Exactly.
Maybe.
Thanks for borrowing me that.
Yes.
Yes, while you were there as a member, how were you funding?
Oh, we were very few, to be honest with you. And we were each other's keepers. One thing you don't know about religious organizations maybe is that they care for themselves very well. I have 35 years of experience, I told you, under my belt. They care for themselves very well. Like if you ask me about the organization, my organization, I'll tell you how we fund ourselves.
You enjoy patronage from the right?
Me?
Yes, please.
Patronage, spiritual, jurisprudential, cultural, yes.
You were talking of funding.
No.
Now, you must have seen the clips on the social network or on the news of the incident of December 12.
I saw
was
what
the altercation.
I saw what was offered by the military.
Yes, please.
I saw what was offered,
Exactly.
what was volunteered by the military.
Yes, please. Where they were begging and trying to dissuade the members of IMN to allow passage to the chief of army staff.
Yes.
Now, how would you describe that? Would you say it was commendable or not?
What was commendable?
Exactly what I've just stated.
I didn't like the exchange based on what I saw, but I'll add another comment after that. I didn't like the exchange. I even delivered a short lecture after the Zaria incident, and I condemned those youths. I even likened them to area boys. But if you read the report by Ustaz Sadiq, which I was referring to earlier on, he said the clip that they were shown at the Chief of Army Staff's office in Abuja had undergone heavy editing.
You were not there to know that, sir.
He said so, it's in the papers.
I'm asking of you.
I wasn't there, I'm reporting to you. I wasn't there.
Yeah, please.
And they even asked the scores, and he explained why it had gone into editing. He said because when the actual incident was taking place, the journalists were not there to film it.
Yes, sir. Yes. What would have been your suggestion to the
Aha.
chief of army staff?
Yes, yes,
On
I
that,
think-
Would you, excuse me, please.
Yes,
Would
sir.
you have advised him to have gone back? Or
Listen,
okay, before we go into that, you know the meaning of national assignment.
very well.
You know the meaning of national assignment.
Yes, sir.
You will agree with me that on that day, the chief of army staff was embarking on national assignment,
Yes, sir.
which was superior to any other thing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Would you now have suggested that we should have retreated back, or it should still have?
No, retreating wouldn't have been, it wasn't the only option. You're asking as if it would have been the only option. It's a suggestive question, sir. Retreating wouldn't have been the only option. He would have acted the father, like I said. If I were to advise him, because I still want to give him that benefit of the doubt, sir, I wouldn't advocate for killing citizens just because you're on national assignment. Other people have even suggested, like the Emir of Kano, that the military should have used other methods of crowd dispersal, like the using of water cannons, like tear gas, like rubber bullets. They could even have used gas to
all these your propositions are based on the belief that they were prepared to run into that kind of blockage.
And that is, yes, sir.
But if it happens
Spontaneously.
like it did, let's restrict ourselves to the spontaneity of that incident.
That would have been a minus for the Chief of Army Staff not to have known of his route. To me, I think it was a very, very serious intelligence failure, sir. And I am not, without prejudice to the Chief of Army Staff, yes, for his own personal safety, yes, and for the avoidance in the future of similar occurrences. So I think that was a gross act of intelligence failure on the 12th of December 2015, when the Chief of Army Staff was coming from Jigawa into Zaria. I think it's not an excuse at all to me to claim ignorance of the activity of the members of the Islamic movement at that particular point in the Husseiniya at that time. And I'm being very candid and honest. I want this thing to be corrected, to be addressed, so that we forestall future occurrences. I don't want to be contented with the excuse that because he was on national assignment, he could kill anybody, extemporaneously like that.
Now, what would you say about the activities of IMN members on their procession? Was it justifiable?
No, I have always felt that they could go on processions but following the rules.
On this day, would you say they followed the rule?
I was not there. I just told you I wasn't a witness.
No, on this day.
I wasn't a witness, sir.
Now, this was not the
I wasn't a witness.
Or the only time they are embarked on procession.
I have not been with them for 16 years.
There was no procession of the 12.
There wasn't any.
My lord, the procession. Procession may likely be
there was only a gathering
on the road, but they were gathered.
There was a gathering.
Exactly.
That is not that.
There was a gathering.
Would you say the blockage by IMN members often and repeatedly is justice?
I just feel everybody should be stopped from blocking roads, sir.
That's right.
Everybody should be stopped from blocking roads.
Now, towards your end of the lecture, which I enjoyed, and I must commend your...
Just like Aminu Gusau. You say it was the best, Aminu Gusau, right?
Yes, of course.
This one is the second best.
No. You are referring to your fluency and diction. And that is where it stopped.
Astaghfirullah.
You said you have to refer to Iran and the like, and that because Nigeria does not have any authority. If I heard you correctly.
Yeah, it doesn't have religious authorities. What I mean? Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, okay. How will you position JNI?
JNI?
Yes.
It's not a religious authority on jurisdictional matters. Don't you understand the JNI is not a fiqh body.
Any questions?
Sheikh.
Yes, sir.
First of all, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me make mention of this. I'm greatly impressed with the presentation and I've learned one or two things.
It's a pleasure, sir.
A caveat. I'm not a theologian. I'm a lawyer and probably so. My questions might sound pedestrian, but it's to assist this commission to get facts. I hope we're clear about that. My first question is this. Shi'ism and IMN. Will it be correct to say that IMN is a political movement or a shared organization?
No, IMN is not interchangeable with Shi'ism. It's not they are not similes, right?
Yes, similes.
No, they are not interchangeable. The two terms are not interchangeable, one with another.
So IMN is a shared organization. It has all the ingredients
the doctrines, the values of Shiism. So it's a shared movement, it's a shared organization.
By orientation, it is. By practice, it could be anything. By practice, and that is true with everybody. I am Shia, but I may not necessarily practice everything Shia.
We are told here, sir, and I'm sure if you didn't make mention of it, I'm sorry to ascribe it to you.
No problem.
That IMN does not believe in sovereignty of Nigeria.
I don't talk on behalf of IMN. I'm not here. I'm not representing IMN here.
I think by consensus of facts that this commission has...
I am not, sir. I'm not here to talk on behalf of IMN. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is very important. If I not can...
But I can't answer you. You're asking the wrong person.
All right, go on. I said another question.
Yes, my Lord, and please give me time to be able to articulate my question. So what I'm asking, sir, is IMA a political organization or a shared organization?
An organization can be both Shia and political and can be neither. So it is. I don't understand what you're asking.
I don't want to stretch it. I'm not asking any organization.
Oh, by Shia. Okay, now okay, I understand. Sorry, let me help you. By Shia, you mean theological, right?
Yes.
You want to know whether it is theological or political?
Yes.
I think it is an activist movement and not evangelical. That may be a better way to. That may be a better characterization.
The question is answered. That's all.
Oh, Baptist Russia.
Yes, my lord.
CD.
Yes, my lord. I have some few questions for you. Sheikh Hamzah.
Yes, sir.
I believe you are learned in Islamic theology, as you said.
I didn't say I was learned.
Learned.
I didn't say I was learned. I said I'm a product of a theological center.
Yes, my lord. So in the circumstance, I think I can ask you some few good questions, especially on Islamic theology.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I don't know what is your view on the issue of pilgrimage and visit to tombs and worshipping in tombs Islamically.
You see, he's trying to read intentions into people's actions. You see, sir? He's reading intentions. He says they are worshipping.
You see, you have read.
They are not worshipping.
You've read references in respect of how.
This is the belief of Ibn Taymiyyah.
That's right.
Yeah.
You have read references.
This is the belief of Ibn Taymiyyah. Are you a potential Takfiri Wahhabi?
Respectfully, sir, I heard what you have read. Very well. And that is why I'm asking you specifically, because you said this is the school or belief of Ibn Taymiyyah.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm asking you of yours, sir.
It's not. Nobody worships a grave, sir.
Secondly, sir, if I get you right also, there was a calculation you are making of the Muslims in the world, all for Nigeria, that you are saying Ash'ari are 80%.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I don't know what you have as proof.
Proof?
Yes, sir.
Proof. Almost every Nigeria can be a proof. Almost every Muslim in Nigeria, apart from the Shia and the Wahhabis, are Ash'arites. Sheikh Uthman Danfodi was an Ash'arite. Whether you know it or not is different, is irrelevant.
Next, sir, I can recall very well Sheikh Hamzah here, when he was making his presentation, there was a statement he made specifically on Usul al-Kafi, as you said, as you talk of Usul al-Kafi too, that there are some portions of Usul al-Kafi that he does not believe in.
So
my question is to you, are you also on the same standard?
Listen, I will answer you, but in my own way.
Yes, in your own way.
Good. I have no authority to assess Usul al-Kafi. I rely on the assessment of authorities. This is what I have consistently been saying. So you ask me what the Shia authorities have said about Kafi, then I will answer you. If you ask me that question, I will answer you. Sir, the Shia scholars have said that there is no book on earth that is 100% faultless apart from the Quran. That's your answer.
Yes, Madam. On the issue of naming, I think you
Issue of
naming children.
naming children
Yes,
in Hausa. Yeah.
let me explain this. Which you said, if I also get to rightly, that you believe that Northern Nigeria specifically is Shia because of the children.
That is my gut feeling. One of the
Yes,
reasons.
that's what I'm saying.
Gut feeling, sir.
Yes, sir. So, will you be surprised to see that many Wahhabis in their children, they have these names, Fatima, Aisha?
Yeah, because they live here. Because they live here. That's a tradition here. And mark you, they started being Wahhabi from 78, not from time immemorial.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, won't you be surprised that the Wahhabis name their children with these names?
I will not be surprised. It doesn't contradict you. Yeah, it doesn't contradict what I'm saying. Even non-Muslims, they name their children after Hassan and Hussein because they live with the houses.
And lastly, sir,
Yes, sir.
there was a question I had wanted to hear from you when Sohibandi was asking you on the funding of Darul Thaqalain, which you said.
Yes. Not Darul Thaqalain. Al-Thaqalain Cultural Foundation.
And the Thaqalain Cultural Foundation.
We do fundraising, launching. We collect charities, gifts, donations, religious atonements, etc., etc.
So these are the only source of fundings that you specifically have, if I may.
Yes, that's all. Any questions?
Hello, I think I will have to ask you on the issue that you raised. Sheikh Lawal,
Yes, sir.
in the course of your submission, you did mention of an incident that happened in Kaduna.
Yes.
Please, can you tell this
It was around 1995.
around 1995?
Yes.
So, were you in Kaduna?
I don't have to be in Kano to know that. Listen. Hold on. I don't have to be in the US, sir, to know the front runner in the Republican primaries is Trump.
Yes.
And the runner in the Democrat Party is Clinton.
Yes.
Don't ask me, are you in the US? I'm not in the US.
Yes, he was up there.
Good. So please, can you tell this honorable commission, how many prisons are there in Kaduna?
Do you know?
No, I don't know.
So you made mention of a prison, of a particular prison. How did you come to know about that particular prison?
It's everywhere in the news. It was everywhere in the news.
These are public institutions.
Yes.
Public knowledge.
Answers may not be. Okay,
Yes.
let me ask you a question.
All right.
Will you be surprised if I now tell you that that incident did not happen in that prison that you went for us?
Will you be surprised, Sheikh?
Yes, I could be.
The incident did not happen at that prison you mentioned.
I could be. If you change my if you correct me.
You will be surprised.
Yes, I could be. I accept new facts. Don't you know? I accept new facts. That's why I'm Shia.
Still here. Along with all these, with his corporal,
Malam.
they are all gone.
Ka gama kawai. Shikenan. No. Ka bari sai na gama zan gaya maka. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have some questions for you.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. There was a distraction.
You still want to mount your microphone? Those small ones.
Sorry?
The microphones you mounted.
Yes.
You still want to mount them so that
You want to be recorded? Okay, you want to hear funny? Yes, sir.
Ready, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, your point of departure, IMN, was it doctrinal or policy or personal issues?
I said it was based on my assessment of the emphasis and the strategy.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
What strategy did you envisage that such a movement should have embarked upon? I wasn't there.
Yes, imparting of knowledge, schools, cultural revolution,
Yeah.
good neighborliness, adopting of the methodology of the Quran. Okay, sorry.
That's good.
You see that Allah in the Quran says, "Ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati wal mau'izati al hasanati wajadilhum billati hiya ahsan." That is called towards the cause of your Lord with wisdom and good counsel, and argue with them. You should argue, jadilhum, and argue them, but with what is best, because people differ. I could be a Shia and you could be a Sunni. So we differ. The Prophet, when he came, everybody was not a Muslim when he came. So Allah told him to be large-hearted. He told him to say, وَإِنَّا أَوْ إِيَّاكُمْ لَعَلَىٰ هُدًى أَوْ فِي ضَلَالٍ مُبِينٍ. Either us or you, the polytheists, one must definitely be on the right path, and the other, the Prophet knew he was on the right path. But when you come to discuss with people on the table, you become the same. Reduce yourself. There shouldn't be a high table, metaphorically speaking, not really, or a low table. Sit with them, give them the benefit, accommodate them, discuss with them intellectually, theologically, even doctrinally. The Prophet used to engage people in doctrinal discussions who are not Muslims, and at a point they either agreed or disagreed, and everybody went their way. So that was this is a strategy, I mean. Yes, sir.
Now, as a spiritual son to
This is my. I could be wrong.
Yes,
I could be wrong.
What do you want to say now?
I said probably. You didn't got me right. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, did you ever have a one-on-one type of discussion?
Many times. I didn't have any.
To discuss all these points.
Yes, I had no barriers with him at all. I had no barriers at all with
Discuss
him.
all those points.
Yeah, all of them.
And you made it clear that without some agreement on these issues, you were likely to leave.
No, I didn't have to tell him I was leaving. Did you tell people you were leaving?
Usually some people do.
I just walked away.
You just walk away.
Yes, sir.
Sheikh, after you had walked away, was there any reappointment?
Sorry?
After you had walked away,
Yes. Yes.
Was there any reappointment at all?
Was there rapprochement?
Reappointment.
Okay, rapprochement. I was always talking with him time to time. Whenever we bumped into each other,
Okay.
and then when the children were killed the first time, the three, we went for a condolence visit.
2014 or so.
Around that time,
2014.
we went for a condolence visit.
Okay.
Yes,
And you are always welcome.
by him, not by the Horas.
Okay, he welcomed you when you asked were not too comfortable.
The Horas are not normally comfortable. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I hope I'm not asking for too much if I ask.
No.
When, after you walk away. Where did you learn? You know what I mean?
No, I came back after learning.
No, what I mean?
I left after learning. And you know we have internet now, you know that?
Of course, I also have some access.
Everything is on the net.
What I mean is, you were in Zaria with him when you left.
When I left? No, I wasn't in Zaria, I was in Kaduna. When I came back from Iran, I was resident in Kaduna. Yeah.
And you are still here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So when you moved, I would just want to understand.
When I moved on, you mean?
Yes, when you moved on.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, I'm not too learned in the
English.
In the picture. But in the global language, we are told Islam, there are 5 pillars of Islam.
Yes. Yes.
Is that also with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Pillars.
We live with 5 pillars of Islam.
We are Muslims, sir.
Thank you very much. I know, of course, it's your man.
We are Muslims.
And the keeper.
Yeah.
I don't even have one.
Yeah, I will give you one if you want.
Thank you very much.
Like the autographed copy of the public servant, which was promised me by the governor, which he has yet to. Where? Okay. Oh, well.
Yes, that is still.
Now, you've made some recommendations to the commission because we must, like I already said, human life is very important. Anything we have to do to ensure that lives are protected and guided should be done. Do you have any other thing you want to say concerning that?
Yes, I think, yes, good. Thank you very much for the question. I think there should be a process of reintegration. We shouldn't banish the IMN or the members. They are Nigerians and they are still citizens, no matter whatever anybody says about their loyalty or not. If they are not here, they cannot present their case. Maybe they are loyal. They could be. I'm not sure. So there should be a process of reintegration. The Sheikh should be released, should be reintegrated, should be compensated, should be given access to all the medical attention that he may need, not even require. These things, everybody is talking about Boko Haram. It is the refusal to take these little steps that have made the Boko Haram degenerate into the force that it is today. So we shouldn't write them off. Anybody who is calling for these stand measures, I think, should be ignored, should be dismissed. Nations shouldn't treat their citizens this way. They shouldn't. We should be proud of our military in defending our territorial boundaries, not in killing our citizens.
Yes. Question for re-examination.